GG though. Freezer OP. Probably chased me though, yeah. I stopped him from doing his duty. Can he curve though? That is the question. Do I make it this time? I do. Damn, that was a slow vault. But I wasn't in chase though, so I think I can go it again and it won't block. I believe. Oh my fucking god. Holy shit. One second. I'm sorry. No, you went the wrong way, and now I'm on the wrong side. It's fine though. I have to read this over and over. God damn it! Holy shit. They're miserable people. It's just if they're miserable, misery likes company. You know? Can I make the freezer? I think I can, right? I don't think I make it back though. No. Swing. Damn it. Oh yeah. This is the main loop of getting meat plant. It sucks that there's something this strong on a map that basically loops itself, but it is big Sag. This is the one pallet you want to not ever throw down on this map because connecting it to freezer is way too strong. No. I can see you. Yes. It's too far. I threw down God pallets there, unfortunately, but we get away with it. Here we go. God damn it. I ran this wrong.
We need more Noah users, I swear.
Please don't turn around. Yay. I ran around the thing. I didn't run it the way I like to normally run it. Doctor, doctor, give me the view. I don't think I can make it back to freezer that time. I think I can this time, though. Yes! Oh, fuck. Yay! I love Freezer. I'm gonna greed this. I don't want to hit. Yes. Then run back to Freezer. Because it's good as freak. We're on the small side. And try to greet it at least once. Hopefully. I'll stay here. Alright, well, we got the jump start. Good shit. That's not what I expected him to do. I'm gonna try to greed this pallet a few times. Bloodlust, you might get me here. I'm gonna greet it though. Yay! They'll get me here though. Good shit. Dang it. He's gonna get the hit before I can even get to the pallet. Right, so I think that's the top mid, that's the bottom mid, and now we're going to move on to the corners. But before we do, I know I am always saying greed all the pallets all the time until you're on death hook. There are scenarios where if you're farther ahead in the match, or if you will cause too much pressure by going down, say another survivor is close to a particular pallet that you would like to save, might as well throw the pallet because you don't want two survivors down and getting hooked, or you just camp the two survivors on the ground and cause way too much pressure. So there are scenarios where you can just throw pallets, and this would be the grade A map where if you were going to throw pallet and run to the next one, the killer will absolutely hate you for it, but it is very viable to just throw pallet one to the next to the next. It is such a pallet rich map that it's honestly shocking how long of a chase you can get by not even mind gaming and just throwing down the pallets. But that's why I think it is most important to save until you're on death hook, because say now you're on death hook and getting tunneled and everybody was saving pallets for them to be on death hook and you're the one being tunneled and you weren't throwing pallets. Now that's a scenario where we're saying the map basically loops itself and you won't even realize you're getting tunneled, because you can literally be the only survivor hooked the entire game and you can let your brain go on auto drive, not even be thinking about it, and just running from tile to tile throwing them down because you're on death hook and you saved it and you're getting tunneled. Now it's time to throw the pallet, and I promise you that's when it's funny to get tunneled, because there's nothing the killer can do, especially if they're an M1 killer on a map like this. But that's what we're saying. Once you're saving all the pallets and you can start chucking them, there's nothing the killer can really do. So save them until you're on death hook. But it's more like DBD specific when... I have to go this way, huh? It's more DBD specific. That's why I think maybe Huntress has the highest skill ceiling. When you specifically... It's a hitbox thing related specifically to DBD. Yay! I got a mind game to work and it was probably the wrong tile. That's fine. I looped tight enough. I actually want to loop it this way in case I can hole her. Damn it. I didn't get the hole to work. I didn't use the hole right. This is so boring playing like this, man. Fucking drop the pallet, run to the next one, drop the pallet, run to the next one. But I don't know what else I'm supposed to do here. Like, I feel like the only time I get use out of that is to know if a pallet has been used or not. You know what I mean? I would get serious use out of that, though. Because you're like, I'm not going to go there. Because, obviously. I'm actually going to run to this one. Damn it. I'm gonna have to pre-drop this. Because this is too big of a loop. I wasn't gonna be able to make it around and back. Ooh, let's go this way. Oh, freezer pallets down. But this is my only choice here now. I won't make it to freezer though. But she has to, did she just what's it called? Good shit. Sad thing is freezer door is already down. Actually, let's go fuck around over here. I had to drop that. I didn't want to, but I wasn't gonna make it again. And it's not one that you can greet exactly.
camino.
Ha muerto un enemigo. Tu equipo ha derribado una torreta.
Mezclar, mezclar, girar, mezclar.
Ha muerto un enemigo. ¡Exterminio!
Agitar o no agitar.
I'm just wasting all the pallets. Oh, fucking A. There goes another. Haha. In review of this map, the corners will pretty much always stay the same. This is a good hint for Survivor in general, not just for this map. But say you're looping the killer here, and there's a pallet here, and you take a hit, you really want to hold forward. Hold forward as long as you can. Wait for the killer to catch up to you, and whatever tile you end up when the killer finally catches up to you, that's the tile you really want to start looping. This tile wouldn't be the best example in this scenario, but just like a regular hint of like holding forward. So let's actually say that you were looping this one. A good hint for survivors would it be if you're either going to take a hit and you're already in loop and you get hit, use the sprint burst and hold forward as long as you can. One thing you don't want to be doing if you get hit is either throw a pallet in general, but you don't want to be getting hit and then throwing a pallet to cause bigger distance between you and the killer. You will get greater distance when you take a hit by just holding forward and maximizing as much sprint burst as you can. The same goes for windows. Once you get hit, maximizing that sprint burst, you're going to want to be holding forward as long as you can, because you don't want to stop here and start looping this just because you see this tile here, right? Because if I got hit all the way back there, I probably would have been able to hold forward and get all the way here if there was a pallet here. Now, if there was no pallet here like there is, then you want to stop there. But even then, I probably would have had enough distance to come to maybe this tile and start looping. And that's just a good hint for Survivor in general. If you see the killer coming and you get your proper head start, don't just stop and try to loop. Hold forward. Use as little skill as possible. Get as far as you can, and then once the killer catches up, then start looping that tile. And then try not to throw any pallets while you're healthy, because there's no need to, really. And definitely try not to throw any pallets if you think you're going to get hit. Same with jumping a window. Don't jump the window unless you know for sure you can jump the window and not get hit. Otherwise, juke it. Now, that being said, it does work specifically well for this map, because if you know where the proper corner is, looking for these tiles, and you get hit, almost anywhere on the upper floor and you get hit, if you know which corner this is, you will be able to make it to the window. Like I said, be watch out for huntresses. But that is another thing about this map. Try to make sure if there's a generator here to get this one and that one done, because that way from all angles you'll be able to make it to the promised land. Same with down low. You want to make sure that you have these walls open. Both help a lot to be able to get away, but specifically you want this wall open, because if it's not, the strongest loop in the game cannot be chained together and forming the strongest loop in the game. Other than that, the downstairs is good against killers like Blight or Nurse. Nurse, nothing's good on this map, but Nurse, at least you can break line of sight by using the downstairs more than the upstairs. The upstairs is better for doublebacks if you're far away, because it's harder for her to blink shorter after holding it up, because
Captain on bridge. やっと私ですか？
公女の名の
重装ウサギゼロ。
たたえなさ
私ですか？ドローニャ、戦場に到着しました。敵を発見しました。行動開始。急ぎましょう。0019射撃投出。スピード展開。ファイヤー。戦術展開開始。0019全部戦展開。目標沈黙。敵をボーンフィールド展開。0019 目標沈黙。 MVP 新しいプロジェクトに使えますね。
私が称えなさい。
It will force her down low, but I'll be honest, if you're playing against Nurse, you're probably going to have a bad time at this map. And the very last thing of the two entrances, this is the entrance you can use throughout the game. This is a very bad palette to try to save for making it out anyway, because Killer can just go around. And the other entrance is a good one, especially if you have help, to be able to make it out, even if you greet it. The other entrance, this is the palette you don't want to be running whatsoever until the end of the game, because it is not good by itself unless you're being chased this way. And the door's open, and you can either throw the pallet, or even funnier, greet it, make the killer go around, and make it out. I will say, just because I haven't addressed this yet, there is a window right here, although I've never gotten value out of it, because a lot of times the killers don't even know this window is here, and they'll just like hard chase you and hit you before you can even get any funny mind games. And even if they didn't, when you jump down, they could just double back and you're screwed because they're on the up part of it. So I'm not really sure how to get value out of this window. I never personally have. It's not big enough for you to get the running vault, so I'm not really sure why it exists. But I feel like I should have addressed that window. Thing about him in real life either. I don't know anything about a lot of people though. I don't ever hear anything unless they're like are a huge criminal. Like R. Kelly, you know what I mean? I'm like, boo, can't ever listen to I Believe I Will Fly again. Which is big sad. I don't know what that was. It was a very interesting play. No! I wanted it. Oh, fuck. Yay! Yeah, let's go down here. Nobody ever loops down here. This shit is hilarious. Oh, fuck, he did it right. No, fucked! Oh, yes! I probably could have actually kept running that. I'm not gonna lie. No, the door is closed. I'm fudged. That was strange. Yes. Yes. Jonah. That was funny, Jonah. Oh, nice. I didn't even realize you could do that against Dredge. That's fucking awesome. Yes.
裁きを受けなさい。行くわよ。出発するわ。王女の名のもとに全ての罪悪を浄化する。涙のように苦いわね。震えなくて才のイカズチ答えな夜の権限。猶予を求めて夜の権限。
ラ
外交は過去を全て断ち切る。
私が天才だったから。無駄よ、私一人で殲滅できるもん。どきなさいよ、邪魔しないで。かもない。何よ、計算より早いじゃない。やばい、フローニャお姉ちゃん。目障りよ。雑魚のくせに生意気ね。フローニャお姉ちゃん、邪魔しないで。ダメ、私じゃ間に合わない。余計なことを。分かってるわよ、いただき。どきなさいよ。雑魚のくせに生意気ね。どきなさいよ、邪魔しないで。もう一丁。どきなさい。 民を助けるのはエリートの義務ってだけよ。
行きましょう。美しい世界のために戦う。
私の力が見たいのか。
律者として人類を守る。それがライデン・メイの選択。行きましょう。
Uh-oh. Oh, you got me. Good shit.
Wait. There was no pallet there. That's hilarious. Damn it. Oh, it worked though. Oh, there's no... Oh my god, I'm lucky as fuck. See, this is like very fortunate here. Damn it. I tried to greet it. It didn't work. No pallet here? I do. I do ski. There's only 2 of us left. I could technically. And I'm on death hook. I forgot. I'm on death hook. He didn't get me. Oh, I thought he was gonna get me. I'm not gonna make the window though. Ah! Run it wide. Oh, I'm not gonna make it. Oh, I fucking made it. Ow, how did I make this? Oh no, I fucked everything up. Oh, I wanted him to swing there. I don't know why he didn't swing, but I'm happy about it. No, here's where I go down. From ballot to ballot. Oh my god, how many fucking pallets are there on this map?
I don't know why I thought that was funny, but that's hilarious. That was lucky.
She still blinked. I don't know why that's so funny to me. That's the type of shit I do too. Like, no, I'm not gonna do normal M1. It's boring. Oh my god, that's hilarious. No! Nurse didn't even mean to hit her. Oh my god, how the fuck? I mean, skill. It's because I'm skill. I'll run upstairs. Don't ever do this. She can't see me, but she can still hear me. No! This is terrible.
すぐに片付ける。みんなの期待を裏切らないわ。目標はこの先にいるわ。その程度。あいつ。失礼。はっ。やっさい。私とケビン、あなたはどっちの方がすごい？雷鳴が来る。私たちみんなが期待する未来にたどり着く。
先延ばしが好きなわけじゃない。未完成のアイデアの方が魅力的でしょ。あっけないわね。私に優しくしてね。すぐに片付ける。ライコー、ここに現れなさい。息を止めなさい。気をつけましょう。そろそろ終わらせましょう。リジン。むしろ他の可能性があること自体が意外だよ。
人類
みんなの気持ちが
悪を断ち切る。 することではないけど、これからも頑張るわね。
And then shadow step, that would have been hilarious.
Oh, she's right there.
What?
Oh, good shit. So fucking close. Oh my god.
星と親友 ずいぶん待ってたのよ。猫ちゃん、猫ちゃん。
面白いものを
星と深淵、無事今日の依頼を
あら、出かけるの？
私の降臨をたたえなさい。
崇高。
どれにしようかな。
また見識を広め。
あなたのこと見ているわ。
最近ますます賑やかになってきましたね。
立っているだけじゃ退屈だな。
断罪の名において。はっはっやはっやはっふんひゃ。
アフタヌーンティーの時間よ。
Ah! No, I turned back. Damn. I should have turned back. Oh, I'm so lucky. I should be down 150%. Oh god. Run, Nancy. Oh, boo. No. Interesting. I have this exact skin when I play Hag. I love this skin. Dang. I wish they would have swung. All right, here we go. Bum, ba-da-dum, bum, 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 ba. The all M1 Hag. That would be literally the best thing I could ever want. Good job, Hag. Here we go. Literally, any way she tried to put a thing down. Where's the other trap at? It's around here somewhere. Nope, shouldn't have pushed me that way. Wrong. There is a right way to do this egg. Nope. Shouldn't have put me that way either. There you go, but you let me past. Oh god, she got me. I fucked up. She fucked up. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna have to pre-drop that if I make it. I think I do make it because it's 110. Comp strats! I'd be lucky to get that show. At the same time, like... Dang. I was hoping he would respect it more. I tried to call his bluff. And then, like, work my way downstairs, but that is not what happened. I fucking love doing that. I'm not even gonna make it again though. Yes, I did. Oh my god, dude. That's like my favorite thing to do to killers now, when you camp the pallet and then run away. This shit is so much fun. I will actually have to throw that though. I have to get to that god pallet and then throw it. Yes! We made it to freezer. I'm fucking glad I threw that one pallet then. No, it didn't work. again. Now, say the freezer window is blocked. Now we can have some fun over here. Now we can loop the big one. Wait for him to get a...
早かったらしい。
ask you to do anything that I wouldn't do myself.
What the f?
I will never ask you to do anything that I wouldn't do myself.
Jesus! Alright. Chat, what way did you take on today?
Well.
Alright.
911, what is your emergency? I hear shots! Okay, ma'am, calm down. What kind of shots?
Close out. Here we go. Oh my god. Now he's looking at you.
That's fucking wicked! Bro, that's so dumb how... Dude, that's crazy.
Close out. Here we go. Oh my god. Now he's looking at you. Nate! Oh, Nate!
That's so crazy. Chat, even though he falls, does it? I was just gonna take damage, I'm so fucking dumb. Even though he falls, does it still count?
We so up, we so high. I get up, touch the sky, talking to God, he say hi. We so up, can't look down. I'm too up, ain't no talking me down. If you ain't talking money, then please keep it down. I had to count up the 5s and the 10s. Now we count up 50s and...
Okay, so look, I'm gonna shoot my shot like I'm Devin Booker. Can I back
you? That?
Negative. Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because... Does it look like you can handle this?
Does it?
Share if you're racist.
There's a weird rumbling, you hear it? There's a weird rumbling, do you not fucking hear it? Hey, it's water from the pool. What the fuck is this? Guys, like water from the pool, but I don't know how to fix it.
So tell me why I was literally just shitting my fucking pants because I looked over at my right and this dog just kind of just looked at me straight in the face and then winked at me. It's okay, buddy. Oh, don't hop up on my car. Hey, do me one favor and please just try and get back to your owner, okay? Like, there's a road right there where people go really fast. See, like that car right there?
Whoa!
That could have killed you. Where the fuck did it go?
That's so dumb. Oh, that's a classic.
Wherever you are, you're a bitch.
Bitch! Come here, bitch! Ooh! I don't know you as bitch. I know you as...
You know me as low tier.
Can I get
Brother,
a welcome to the jungle? Please, it's been 4.
Chat, I want to the original clip of this. Ah!
3 years. Mental illness acquired.
Bro, put boxing jaws through 5 and scores for man if you want that. Don't talk like you're bad, you ain't on that. Combat juice gon' spill like
Right. Oh!
هلا حبايبي القلب منوريني. الوجبة اليوم ماريا لحمة طرطور شوية حد شوية دبس.
We said something like that, I'm not saying.
حطهم على بعض مشان الخرزة. تمام. شوية بقدونس.
That's a lot of parsley though, what the fuck?
شوية بصل.
Yo, that's a lot of parsley though. What the fuck?
يعني على حسب طلب الزبون شو بده بعلبة. مع شرحات لحمة.
That's a lot. Cilantro, parsley, it's the same thing.
So I'm eating Jolly Ranchers, right? They gave me no blue raspberry, dog. Not one blue raspberry. So I'm eating Jolly Ranchers, right? They gave me no blue raspberry, dog.
Why is it eating like that?
Not one blue raspberry.
Money is power, after all. OMG, I have got to have this!
And they poured it. And they poured it when they need it. And they poured it in the body in the and they poured it and they poured it and they poured it.
What's happening?
And they poured it and they poured it and they poured it. And he poured it, and he poured it, and he poured it, and they poured it, and they poured it.
He literally is making cocaine with fucking Gordon Ramsay in the forest.
I woke up in a new Bugatti.
Holy!
I woke up in a new Bugatti.
No shot.
I woke up in a new Bugatti. I woke up in a new Bugatti.
Bro, is that the Pope Mobile? What is that?
Thank you.
Oh wait, now he's got him.
Northbound turn on Cortland Avenue. Another
who the
suspect
fuck
jumping
is
out,
this guy?
running for it. They're going to take him into custody in short order here, and the driver is continuing once again. So now 3 people have jumped out of his vehicle.
He tried it. He tried it.
Again, this is a
Look at this guy. What is this guy?
running for it.
Is this guy?
Running for it. They're going to take him into custody in short order here, and the driver is continuing once again. So now 3 people have jumped out of his vehicle.
He tried to blend it with nobody.
He tried it.
He tried it.
Again, this is a
Jesus. Assassin's Creed strat, yeah.
Everybody wanna be a superstar. Get a lot of money, drive fancy cars.
Going to be seeing how many hangers it takes to support my weight. So we're going to start with 5.
Why don't you start from a lot and then go down?
26 months. Jesus love you, man. Can I get a welcome? XQPL.
Moving on to velvet hangers, I ran out of the plastic ones. This is 10, by the way.
So what is this setup?
We have 12 right here.
Bro, this guy is tweaking. He's tweaking.
God damn it. Here's 15.
Nah, I mean, they're just gonna hold her.
Holy shit. It's fucking holding me. Look at that. It's fucking holding me. 15 hangers? You gotta be shitting me. Alright, so I think 15 hangers.
There's 160 they say you keep on above it. How you so steady with it? They say her pockets swollen. You gotta show me the shit.
Huh?
There's 160 they say you keep on above it. How you so steady with it? They say her pockets swollen. You gotta show me the shit.
What's up?
How much time? Mommy?
Oh, you showing me now? She's available. I don't know, about half an hour? So 45 minutes? Sure, that's fine. Guys, I have like adult homework to do.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What in the fuck? Whoa! What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck?
Flashbacks from yesterday you almost forgot about. How was your childhood? You remember when Taco Bell's wrapping was this color? Before it became this? What about their old school hot sauce packets? Not really digging the new aesthetic. Have you ever munched on a Kit Kat? Not one of these though. I'm talking about the ones that were wrapped in foil. Didn't that foil just make the taste hit different?
Did they have foil? Oh yeah, they did. And did they not? They did, and they rubber.
Go! And Travis Paradise spilling a little of that pink lemonade. Badlands Booker T. Kenny. T. Kenny is pushing
God
Badlands.
damn, that's a lot.
T. Kenny's pushing Badlands.
Chat, is this Badlands?
He's going for it. Badlands Booker.
Yeah, Badlands gonna have a hero, no?
I fucking love it.
What the fuck is that?
Not buy this speaker. It doesn't even turn on. 0 out of 10. It's a scam. This speaker ruined my fucking life. My wife left me. My dog died. My house burned down.
I ain't reading all that.
You doing? You good?
I'm good.
Okay.
Jesus.
Oh. You
Oh,
alright?
that's just scary, dude.
Hold on, I'm coming.
I mean, fake it, bro. You would not this to be fake it. Hell nah.
Hey, you alright? Can you hear me?
Chat, what if they invent like a, like a retractable stick, right? But it's a pipe, and you just go. You spear the snow all the way to him, so you can go and smoke on the pipe.
You okay? You alright? You okay?
So you get some air.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Alright. We're both gonna.
Oh.
何が山田の体温がなんでか知らんが勃起しそう。あ、どうぞ。
私アレルギーでスナック食べられないんだ。廊下で菓子食ってた。
絶対お菓子は食べたいんだな。そうなんだ。なるほど。なるほど。
The people that make up Australian society.
Oh my!
My base. Organ 4 has taken my base.
Chat, one of the bathroom earlier, chat, is I was on my cell phone. I was looking at Twitter.
27 moths aware.
Chat. I'm gonna keep it a buck again. Alright, I'm ready for games, man. This is too much.
Like before, this balloon is still filled with mostly hydrogen. However, this time, about 1/3 of it is oxygen. This new mixture is actually explosive, and I'm just gonna shoot it into some soapy water.
Oh well, oh my god.
Eventually, I'm left
Oh
with a nice
my
pile
God.
of scary bubbles, and I can very carefully scoop them out.
Oh man, fuck the bubbles, man. I see 2 bubbles right here. Oh my god. Alright. Alright, dude. Alright. That's enough for today.
Hello and welcome to Fire of Learning. I'm Justin. Do you share the blood of a Roman emperor? Is Charlemagne your grandfather? Is Isaac Newton your great uncle? Could you even be distantly in line for a throne somewhere? If you've ever wondered about your family tree, you may have wondered who all might be in it. Maybe some famous historical figures. Well, the answer may be somewhat surprising. In this video, we will look at the genealogy and demographics mainly of Europe and Northern America and discuss who your ancestors may be and how you can tell. Pithecus Nikiticus. Unless your surname was changed, it can features like hair, skin, and eye color, and where we currently live. Unless your surname was changed, it can reveal even more, much more. If your last name sounds German, then your ancestors probably were German, or at least they came from that general area. When we research these names, however, and use our family history and genealogical records to go back and find the names and stories of our ancestors, many people find they are fortunate enough to go back much farther than they realized and find some very interesting. Prominent crusader with a president of the United States, with the exception of one or maybe two, is descended from King John of England. He had 5 legitimate children and a handful of illegitimate ones. Ago. Go back 25 generations, or somewhere in the ballpark recently, which is interesting, is Genie.com. The goal of this website appears to be to build a mass
Oh my god. Oh. Okay, dude. Sure, dude. Fuck off. Nope, 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 nope. I'm not getting any more data, by the way. You guys are done.
5 video game trivia questions.
If you were trapped.
Espero encontrar un digno oponente.
¿Qué tal un trago?
Es ese rayo de esperanza. Soy yo.
El amanecer ha llegado. Un hombre, una mujer y un yo del camino. Muere. Porque el sol los quema vivos. Me llamaron herejes. Ahora están muertos.
trapped in a giant maze that was filled with death traps, what would you do? One wrong move can get you brutally murdered, so I'm going to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the death prison in Cube 2021. This man is about to be traumatized. Yuichi here wakes up on the ground and sees a stranger standing over him. Shocked, he backs away and takes a look around, realizing that he's stuck in a weird prison cell with several other people, and they're all wearing uniforms. He doesn't remember how he got here, and the other man, Shinji, reveals he doesn't either. To make matters worse, they don't have any of their personal belongings, so they can't call for help, but that makes Shinji curious. He asks if anyone has committed a crime, and they all insist they haven't, but the group is interrupted when this hatch opens up. A boot is thrown into their room before someone pulls it back on a string and steps out of the chute. The door behind him closes automatically, and the stranger ignores them, heading for the hatch at the opposite end of the room. Shinji stops him, asking where they are, but notices a cut on his shoulder. It's clear something dangerous happened here, but before he can continue on, the lights in the room start flickering, and the stranger can hear something rumbling in the rooms above them. Climbing up the walls, he makes his way over to the ceiling and pulls open the hatch. Something drops to the floor, and the group realizes it's a man's body with a cube of meat extracted from his chest. It's terrifying, and as they're coming to terms with what they're seeing, another door opens up. This woman begins to make her way into the cell but stops, carefully examining the 4 people in the room. They don't know what's going on with this place, and have no idea that only one of them will escape this deadly prison. Entering their cell, the woman inspects the body, but Shinji panics. He can't handle the situation and opens one of the hatches, hoping to escape. At the last second, the stranger stops him and climbs into the tunnel so he can toss a shoe into the other room. Just as it lands on the floor, a tube pops out of the wall and shoots out a stream of fire that incinerates the boot. The others realize that they could have died if they had walked into a different cell, and the man opens up another room, checking to see if it's safe for them to enter. Luckily, nothing gets triggered, and he warns the survivors to come with them or else they're going to die. The prisoners stay behind, uncertain of what to do, and the woman tells them she's going to follow him, leaving the others to their fate. With no better options, the survivors decide to join them and climb into the next room. As soon as the last person steps into the cell, the door closes shut behind them, and the woman asks what they are, introducing herself as Kai. It's a strange question, but they go around the room revealing their names, and she then asks if they remember what happened before they arrived in this facility. Shinji here explains he was getting off work, but as he was heading home, he blacked out, while Yuichi here tells them he was sleeping at home. There are no common factors that explain why this is happening, and Shinji gets the idea that maybe this is a TV show, so he starts calling out for someone to get him out of here. Okay, this is terrifying. Everyone has woken up in one of these rooms, but nobody has any memory of being kidnapped or brought here. To make things worse, it's immediately obvious that this place is literally a death maze, and one wrong move could get us killed. We have no food or water, and even though there isn't a timer, it's clear that we have to escape before it's too late. Now, these people might not be aware of it, but this experiment has been going on for a lot longer than they probably realize. It just so happens that another group of people had run this experiment in North America, and only one person survived, but the reason was because he was a math genius. It's important to bring this up because if someone goes through this much effort to build a multi-million-dollar death maze, then it must be for a very specific reason. When scientists run experiments, they do so with a working theory, and then run trials with different groups to prove that theory. If the first test was run with only Americans, and this test is being run with only Japanese, then it's clear they're trying to find out which country's demographic is best at escaping this maze. From this perspective, it's almost like this is the World Cup of Death Games, where the knockout rounds get you and your countrymen killed. One country gets the bragging rights for having the smartest and most capable players, and with this in mind, it's a matter of national pride that we escape this place with as many survivors as possible. Now, in order to break out of the maze, we need a strategy to keep ourselves safe, so the smartest thing we can do is to gather enough information to figure out which rooms are trapped or not. This guy had a brilliant idea by using his shoes to test the rooms, and it's proven that a trap will only get triggered by pressure-sensitive floors and walls. The problem is that with 5 other players and 1 shoe burnt to a crisp, there's only 11 total shoes available, and the more we use them, then eventually we'll run out of ways to test for traps. We don't know how big this place is yet, so with this in mind, we need to be saving every valuable resource we can get our hands on, and that's why if I were in this situation, I would have taken this cube of human meat into the next room with us. It might seem disgusting, but desperate times call for desperate measures, and instead of taking the risk of wasting another boot, I would keep throwing the meat cube into the next room until it's no longer possible attempt to retrieve. I would also suggest that we test a trapped room twice. It might seem counterintuitive because we don't want to waste resources, but this could give us extremely useful information because it's possible the room can only be triggered once. If it works, then it might be safe to walk through it after it's been set off, and this gives us an opportunity to travel more safely back and forth as we look for a way out. Ide hits the wall, shutting the guy up, and continues onwards through another doorway. Dropping his shoe to check if it's safe, he discovers it hasn't activated any traps and leads the way into a green-lit room. The group follows after him, but as Yuichi here enters the cell, one of his buttons falls off. Picking it up, he realizes they can use it to mark where they've come from and leaves a scratch into a metal plate. The survivors continue making their way into the facility, passing through several different rooms, but when Ide here throws his shoe into this room, spikes suddenly pop out. With his boot destroyed, he asks Yuichi for another pair, and the man agrees to hand them over, but points out that they'll eventually run out of shoes. Ide here knows he's right and argues the only other option is to jump into the room, hoping they don't get killed. For now, they're stuck using this technique, and as the man doubles back the other way, Yuichi notices something strange. There's a sequence of numbers in the middle of the doorway and only on the bottom, but he has no idea what they mean. Returning back to the previous room, the group discovers some of the hatches are locked, and Ide here manages to open this door. He heads inside and makes sure it's safe for them to enter the next room, but as Yuichi here is crawling through, he notices there's a different sequence of numbers on the tunnel floor. There must be a reason why, and he tells the rest of the group that he saw a similar set of numbers as he was coming back from the other room, but this Kichiharu discovers there are different sequences for the sides as well. Yuichi suspects they'll find similar numbers in the next hatchway, and realizes the others are standing back, thinking they might be walking into a trap. Reluctantly, he opens up the hatch and pulls it down, but nothing happens. Nervous, he decides to take a look and peers through the opening, but is surprised to find an old man sitting all by himself. The group enters the room and he introduces himself as Ando, thinking they're here to rescue him. This survivor makes it clear they also woke up in this strange place with no idea how they got here. It's upsetting news, and the group continues looking for a way out, hoping they'll reach an exit. Ide manages to get the ceiling hatch open and works together with Yuichi to create a rope out of their clothes, which they lower down the chute. Pulling the others up through the hatch, the survivors continue through the facility, but they've already gone through 8 different rooms with no end in sight. The kid decides to peek through the hatch they came from when suddenly an alarm goes off. The old man quickly pulls them away from the entrance before the panel closes shut, but as soon as Chiharu realizes he's being touched, the kid freaks out. It's strange behavior, but with that tunnel closed, they decide to continue through the facility. Yuichi here tosses his shoe into the other room, but nothing happens. Thinking it's safe, he tells the others they can enter it, but Ide here demands to know why he came back if it isn't dangerous. The man doesn't have a good reason, but his teammate Shinji comes to his rescue and volunteers to go first. Okay, this is suspicious. The players have been able to move through the cubes, and so far their strategy has been working. Cooperating with each other is our best chance of surviving, but as soon as we discover that one person is working against the group, we have to be suspicious. It's possible the man knows something that he doesn't want to share with the rest of us, and there's a chance that we're going to get turned into meat shields before we realize what's happening. If I were in this situation, I would suggest the group votes on whether Yuichi should go first or not, so that things are done by consensus. This takes power away from players who are acting selfishly, and forces us to work as a team to get out of here alive. Now, we should also be keeping a close eye on this man here, because there's something nobody has considered yet. If we look at the measurements of this room, we can make an educated guess that the height from the floor to the tunnel is about 1.75 meters. We can also see that his shoe has 8 eyelets, meaning each of his shoelaces would be about 137 centimeters long. Tying 2 of them together would give you roughly 2.5 meters, but we can clearly see that this rope is much longer. He has it draped around his neck with plenty of slack, and has been able to throw the shoe all the way to the center of the cube. This is clearly much longer than 2.5 meters, and it likely means that he has more than 2 shoelaces tied together. The reason this is terrifying is because he was already using this method when we first met him, so there's a strong chance that he sabotaged other players and has stolen their laces. He's cold-blooded, and we need to be careful because our lives are just resources to him. With this in mind, I would point out to the group that we don't know anything about each other, and make sure each of us is questioned so we have a better understanding of who we're dealing with. It's important to point out that any death game designer would want to secretly place a cold-blooded killer among the players to keep the game interesting. For this reason, we have to find ways to work together so that we're protected against any traitors. Now, with that said, we also have to take the safest approach to escaping. It's already clear that we're in a very large structure, and since each room is a cube with a hatch on every side, it's logical to assume that the shape of the complete structure is also a cube. This is exactly why going up is a terrible idea. If we're trying to escape, then climbing to the top of a very large building would leave us stranded. Even if we were able to reach the outside, we would be 100 meters in the sky with no way to get back down. That's why if it were me, I would insist that we should be traveling down horizontally towards the bottom corner of the maze, since it's a lot more likely we'll find an exit door on the ground level. To avoid the traps, I would swing the shoe against the ceiling to see if anything gets triggered, and if nothing happens, then we can climb the rail system here, moving across to the side door without stepping on any of the pressure sensors. Then, once we enter the next room, we can take the floor hatch into the prison cell below us so that we can keep moving horizontally through the maze. If we keep doing this, we can make our way towards the most likely exit while cutting our risk of dying in half, because we wouldn't have to touch the floor in every other room. The group climbed their way through the hatch, but the kid stops in the middle of the tunnel to examine the sequence of numbers. There's something about this that has caught his attention, and soon they'll discover the kid is smarter than he looks. They enter the next room, but suddenly the lights go out, and the group panics as they hear machines activate. Ide realizes there's something above their heads, and they see a series of rotating blades start spinning dangerously fast. To make matters worse, they're headed straight towards the prisoners, and the man tells the others to see if they can open one of the doors. All the side entrances are locked, and with time running out, he warns the survivors to get down on the ground. Terrified, Yuichi stares at the fan blades moving closer to his head, and he drops to the floor before they can decapitate him. Ide orders him to unlock the floor hatch, but he's too scared, forcing the kid to open it himself. As soon as the door is unlocked, the survivors quickly escape through the hole, narrowly avoiding getting shredded to pieces. In the next room, Ide confronts the man, furious that he almost got them all killed, but Ando intervenes, telling him to calm down. Letting go of the survivor, he walks over to a hatch to open it, as the old man criticizes him for acting so childishly. It's clear everyone is stressed from nearly dying, and they all want to get out, but there's no sign they're getting closer to an exit. Yuichi is moping by himself when the kid sits next to him, and he thanks Chiharu for opening the floor hatch, but the boy doesn't care. He wants to know if the man remembers the sequence of numbers he found in the previous room, and the survivor tells him it was 179-762-554. Thinking it over, Chiharu here comes up with an idea and tries to rip a button off his jacket, but when he can't, the man offers his own. The kid takes it from him and starts to scratch something on the floor of the room. Curious, Yuichi looks at what he's doing and notices the boy has written a formula using the numbers in the tunnel. The man figures out what he's trying to calculate and does the math, quickly discovering that there's a pattern. Confused, the woman asks him what they found out, and he explains whenever a sequence has a prime number, it means the room is trapped, and they can use this information to survive. Yuichi tests his theory and opens one of the hatches so he can inspect the numbers in the tunnel. There aren't any prime numbers here, so the man figures it's probably safe, but Ando disagrees. He finds it hard to believe that a child could figure out the solution and thinks the theory is nonsense, so Yuichi decides to prove him wrong. He quickly leaps into the next room, and the group hurries over to the hatch, discovering that he's still alive. With the theory proven correct, the group continues onwards and manages to make it through several rooms without getting hurt, checking for any prime numbers in the hatch. Okay, this is a major breakthrough. The group finally has a strategy to understand which rooms are deadly and which rooms are safe. Without this, they would have been completely screwed, because up to this point, their only method was throwing a shoe to see if it triggered anything, and it backfired on them hard. This room here literally waited for everyone to climb inside and locked every other door before setting down spitting blades to kill as many players as it could. Now, having said that, they figured this out way too late. The group has already traveled through at least 8 different rooms so far, and that means they've been ignoring these numbers when it's information that we clearly should be trying to take advantage of. What makes it even worse is that since there's a sequence of numbers on each side of every doorway, every room they're in gives them access to 12 different number sequences that they should have taken the time to study. That's a lot of information to be ignoring, and if it were me, I would have made everyone stay put until we figure out what these numbers mean. The truth is, the more information we gather, the more likely we'll see a pattern, and we have several chances to test our theories without risking our lives. The biggest thing that this group is overlooking at the moment is that they don't need this many numbers just to figure out if one of them is a prime. Their solution is ignoring 66% of the information that's being given to them, and it means there's more to this than they realize. With this in mind, I wouldn't continue until we had a theory that used every digit of the sequence, whether that means we're multiplying them together, dividing them, or adding each digit individually. If we look at it from enough different perspectives, eventually we'll find an answer that's more applicable than others. Now, the way this place is designed is that we must navigate our way to reach an exit. Therefore, it's logical to assume that these numbers aren't just telling us where the danger is, but also where we are inside of the structure and which direction we should go to reach the exit. With that said, I would be looking for a calculation that shows an increase or a decrease in its value as we move in a specific direction through the maze. For example, if we add all the numbers together and keep heading downwards through the maze, we would be able to discover that the total sum is decreasing in value based on the direction we're traveling in. This would be a clear indication that the numbers are telling us how far or close we are to the exit. These people are failing to recognize this with the information they have available to them, and it's going to land them in a lot of trouble. The group arrives at a white room, but there's a problem. All the hatches around them have prime numbers, doors, meaning they've all been booby-trapped, and the woman suggests they go back the way they came. Shinji reluctantly agrees and attempts to unlock the door, but it won't open no matter how hard he tries. The old man insists that Yuichi check the numbers again, hoping he got them wrong, but it's bad news. The sequence for this hatch has a prime number in it, meaning no path is safe, and the old man yells in frustration. Suddenly, these razor-thin saw blades pop out and rush straight at the survivor, stopping an inch from his face. Terrified, he backs away as Ida here comes up with a clever idea and starts to yell into the room. The razor-sharp blades come flying out the hatch again, and that makes them realize the trap is activated by loud noises. It doesn't seem to activate if they shake the hatch door on this side, and the man tells the others that if they manage to stay quiet, they can survive the room. With no better options, Yuichi here sneaks into the cell and quietly makes his way over to the nearby hatch. After making sure it's opened, the others climb out and follow him into the new room, but this plan has one fatal flaw. The old man begins to climb up the ladder when the person in front of him stops moving, waiting for the others to continue on, and Ando notices too late that Shinji's shoe has just fallen off. Horrified, the survivor tries to catch it before it can land on the floor, but it hits the ground, triggering the trap. The blades shoot out and head straight for the old man, but Ide manages to save his life, dragging him through the hatch at the last second. Checking on him, he discovers the old man got caught by a blade, and the guy freaks out. He confronts Shinji, making it clear that the young man's stupidity almost got him killed, and he'll only be a burden to the group. In another part of the room, Yuichi notices a drawing the kid made of the cube. Examining it, he realizes the kid figured out that the dimension of each cell is 4.5 meters cubed. Factoring this in, the kid theorized that there could be as many as 27 rooms on each coordinate of the structure. That could mean that there are nearly 20,000 rooms in total, and shocked, the old man asks if they have the chance to find the exit, but makes it clear he doesn't want anything to do with Shinji. His comment is only making things worse for the entire group, and soon he's going to regret it. Suddenly, the lights turn red and gas is pumped into the room. The survivors immediately run for their lives and manage to escape into another cell, but as they're recovering, the kid points out there weren't any prime numbers for the previous room. Something must have happened that activated the gas, and the old man asks Yuichi if there's anything that can help them escape. But when Shinji opens up a hatch to check the numbers, he discovers something shocking. Gathered in the next room, the group finds a dead man with a cube of flesh ripped out of his body. It's the same prisoner that dropped from the ceiling when they first met each other, and Shinji realizes they somehow circled back to the starting point. Okay, this is brutal. These players have gone through all these rooms risking their lives, only to discover that they've ended up right back where they started. What makes this even more horrifying is that according to the kids' calculations, there might be as many as 19,683 rooms in here, so the odds of them ending up in the same place is extremely improbable. In almost every room, the players have chosen to move straight across the maze, and were occasionally forced to move downwards, so there's no obvious reason why they would have traveled in a circle. Now, as devastating as this might be, the truth is that if these players were paying attention, they should have realized that there's more to this death maze than meets the eye. In the first room, they felt a rumbling, but what should have alerted their attention was that the vibrations moved from one side to another and stopped directly above them. The reason this is important is because it's possible that the cube with the dead man inside is moving, and the levels might be shifting like a Rubik's Cube in different parts of the maze. This could mean that the number sequence might stop working if they take too long, because the Rubik's Cube will be scrambling the room's position so that the numbers will no longer be accurate, and it will throw them off. The good news is that if this is true, they haven't circled back to the same place. Instead, what's happened is that they've made progress towards the edge of the structure, but the cube with its dead body has been moved. They shouldn't overreact here, and the smartest approach is to keep moving forward until we get to the perimeter. This strategy is going to work even if we're shifting like a Rubik's Cube, as long as we stay on the same level. And since we've never had gravity flipped on us at any point, it's safe to say that the cube will only move the rooms around us, but never the room that we're in. Now, with that said, the problem with the Rubik's Cube theory is that the structure would need to have a core so that each level can rotate around it. That means there will be gears and mechanisms somewhere, but what's strange is that we haven't seen anything like that. These cubes are 4.5 meters wide, and there's only about half a meter in length on either side of the tunnel. This is not nearly enough space to support rotating a structure this large, so we have to assume that if it is moving, then the smartest thing we can do is ignore the number system and keep moving straight until we reach the edge. Shinji panics, believing that they'll be trapped here, but Ide interrupts him, insisting they continue on. The old man refuses to join him, so he makes it clear he'll continue through the facility alone. Begging him to stop, Yuichi points out that it doesn't make sense to have circled back to this room. The woman agrees, remembering that they had descended through the bottom hatches of several rooms, so they physically couldn't have returned to their starting point. Suddenly, the lights start flickering, and the group can hear a strange mechanical noise. Thinking it over, Yuichi figures that the room changed positions for them to enter it, and his teammate realizes they still have a chance to find the exit. The others agree, and with that decided, they begin making their way into the next cell. Climbing out of the hatch, Ide lifts the survivor up, and the two men take off their jackets to create a makeshift rope. They lower it down to the room below so the kid can grab a hold of it and reel him up. But as Yuichi reaches out to take his hand, he suddenly freezes. The man remembers a traumatic memory from his past, but can't snap out of his trance, forcing Ide to hold the kid himself and pull him up. It's clear to the others that there's something wrong with Yuichi, and soon they'll discover his darkest secret. Later, after everyone has gathered in the new room, the kid gets into a hatch to check if it's safe, and discovers it has a prime number, meaning there's a booby trap on the other side. Suddenly, the cell they're in starts shaking, and the boy falls through the tunnel, activating the trap. A pair of lasers power up and scan him, but just before the kid gets shot, Yuichi pushes him out of the way. The man is horrified that he could have died and stares at the trap in shock before Chiharu shoves him to safety, but the laser gun won't stop hunting them down. They're about to be blasted, but at the last second, their teammate Ide manages to pull them up to their feet and helps the survivors through the hatch. He heads over to join them, reaching out to take Yuichi's hand, but it's too late. The laser shoots straight through his body, and the man falls to the ground dead, making that one victim down with 5 more to go. Shinji pulls the survivor away as the hatch closes, and the group mourns the death of their teammate. It's their first friend they've lost in the maze, but that's when Yuichi makes a discovery. Writing out the sequence of numbers, he discovers that they can be converted into Cartesian coordinates by adding the digits together with each set of numbers representing 3 different axes. Since the highest possible number is 999, then adding the digits together equals 27, which must be the length of the total structure, and it could help them develop a method to find the room on the cube's edge. Okay, this was great thinking, and finally they're starting to see the bigger picture. These numbers are Cartesian coordinates, which is a mathematical system that helps describe a specific location in 3D space. These numbers are the x-axis, these numbers are the y-axis, and the last numbers are the z-axis. Now, it wasn't immediately obvious to them because the numbers changed from room to room. For example, one room had these numbers, and the opposite room had these numbers. At first glance, there's no clear pattern here moving from one cube to another, but if you add up the digits, these numbers will become 17, 16, 14, and 17, 13, 14. That means going in either of these two directions tells us we're traveling on the y-axis of the structure. It's also worth pointing out that they managed to solve this puzzle with a group of ordinary people. Ide here was a mechanic, Ando is a corporate executive, Shinji is a part-time laborer, and Chiharu is a student. And we don't know what this one does, but it's clear that none of these people are math geniuses. The only person who would have a better idea of understanding the puzzle is Yuichi here because he has an engineering degree. Now, it might sound like a stereotype, but what's interesting is that the Japanese are one of the world leaders in math comprehension, and when the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development did a study to rank countries around the world, Japan was tied for 4th, while America was tied for 28th place. With this in mind, it makes a lot of sense that in the first cube experiment, the creators had to give the American team a literal math savant just to make sure they had someone to help them add up the numbers. When you factor in everything that this death maze is requiring its players to figure out, it's clear that they're trying to find people who are better at thinking than everyone else. This is actually a scary realization, because if most of the players here haven't been contributing to solving the puzzle, then the creator might choose to eliminate them anyways. We have to keep in mind that we are lab rats in a massive experiment, and even if we find an exit, there's nothing that suggests all of us are allowed to survive. That's why if it were me, I would be making sure to use every opportunity I could to stand out from the rest of the group and appeal to the game designer's interests. It just so happens that this laser room would be a great way to do that, because there was a much better way to respond to this situation. As soon as the kid fell inside, the room scanned him before shooting its laser, but this is a huge advantage, because the fact that it needs to scan you means it can't track your movements accurately without it. The smartest thing to do here is to take advantage, and as soon as we see the room scan the kid again, we should run for the other side and open the door, knowing that we'll have several seconds while it's trying to measure its target. Then the kid can jump out of range before the scan is complete, forcing it to look for another target. If we keep doing this, we'll be able to get everyone through and show the Death Maze creators that we're worthy candidates that shouldn't be eliminated. Yuichi believes they will end up discovering the exit if they continue through the cube, and opens the hatch behind him to check the numbers. Based on the values in the tunnel, the man calculates that they are 3 rooms away from reaching the edge of the facility, and the group begins to enter the hatch. But Shinji makes it clear he's exhausted. He can't take this anymore, and soon he'll become the biggest threat to the group. Entering the next room, Yuichi notices the old man lose his balance and catches him before he falls. Ando reassures him he's okay, but then asks him if he thinks this is some sort of punishment for their sins. It triggers a memory for Yuichi of seeing his younger brother in the bathroom with bruises all over his body, and he starts to hyperventilate. The old man gets him to snap out of his trance, but suddenly metal bars emerge from the floor and separate the room in half. There's no way to break them, and it's too tight for them to squeeze through. Ando is forced to open up the hatch to keep on going, and tells the man this is where they will part ways. Their teammate Shinji reassures the others he'll help him, and checks on the guy. He opens the hatch and follows after the older prisoner as he leaves the survivors behind. Later, the group continues onwards, hoping to find the edge of the building, and the woman walks away, never mentioning that she found a hatch with the number 999. They arrive in a safe cell with flashing blue lights, but as they stand there, something strange happens. Yuichi is scanned by the maze, and one of the walls turns into a screen, projecting the memory of the day his brother died. It was the most traumatic moment in the man's life, and he breaks down in tears, feeling guilty for letting him die. Suddenly, the wall turns back to normal and he quickly recovers, heading over to the hatch as the others silently judge him. In another room, the old man opens up this hatch and peeks inside, making sure there are no traps. The teammate Shinji speaks up, insisting that it's impossible for them to escape this place, and Ando mocks him for acting like a child. It's clear to the both of them that they hate each other, but they're interrupted by a strange sound. The old man tries to figure out where it's coming from and takes a look through the hole, when his head is pushed down into the hatch's opening. Shinji has finally had enough and slams the door into the old man's head, brutally killing him. That makes 2 victims down, with 4 more to go. Meanwhile, Yuichi is scratching on the floor in frustration when the kid confronts him and demands to know why he gave up on his brother. The man had plenty of time to rescue him, but didn't. He complains how unfair adults can be and accuses Yuichi of being a coward. The kid then opens up the floor hatch and steps into the hole, falling down the chute. Acting quickly, the survivor rushes for the kid and reaches out to grab his arm, catching him at the last second. Okay, this is crazy. Yuichi just saved the kid's life, and after everything they've been through, the group is starting to trust each other. The problem is that this is coming at a horrible time. Shinji here is finally revealing his true colors, and if he's starting to murder players, then the others are going to be easy targets to take advantage of. Now what's interesting is that the game has finally started giving them more information that helps us figure out why we're here in the first place, and it all comes down to this room. For some reason, the wall turned into a projector and showed everyone the day that Yuichi's brother got killed. It's heartbreaking, but what makes this so suspicious is that everything is filmed from a third-person perspective. If this death maze somehow had the technology to hijack his memories, it would be from a first-person perspective, but instead, we're watching the scene play out like it was a movie. It's literally impossible to see a real-life event play out like this if nobody else was there. And with this in mind, we have to assume that this isn't human technology. This gives us a better way to understand what's happening, because if we assume these are aliens trying to study us in their lab, then it explains why nobody remembers how they got here. We've been literally abducted by extraterrestrials, and as horrifying as it sounds, it gives us some clear strategies that we can use to our advantage. Since they're choosing to show us projections of our most painful memories, it's a good indication that they're just as interested in our social interactions as they are in finding out if we can escape their maze. The designers have chosen to run experiments with several players at a time instead of single test subjects, and it means they likely want to find out how it influences their behavior and decision making. Taking all these factors into consideration, the smartest thing we can do at this point in the game is to begin taking a cold-blooded approach to our survival. As humans, we would be fascinated if we put mice in a miniature death maze, and as soon as they figured out how to escape, one of the mice killed the rest of the test subjects in his group. We would immediately assume that this mouse was smarter and more dominant, and therefore deserves being protected for study. As difficult as it would be, I'd be looking for opportunities to sabotage the other players' chances of survival to make sure we give these aliens every reason to find us interesting and keep us around. Yuichi pulls Chiharu back up, relieved that he saved his life, and the kid cries in his arms, happy that there's at least one adult he can trust. With the situation over, the woman opens up a hatch to reveal there's no room on the other side. It's nothing like they've ever seen before, and when they take a look outside, the survivors realize they've reached the edge of the cube. There's a massive opening past the cell, and the structure itself is huge. Deciding to check how high they are, Yuichi drops one of their shoes out the window and hears it land 3 seconds later. He does the calculations, figuring they're currently 53 meters above ground, and it's too high for them to climb down. He hands over his bun to the kid as a gift, thanking him for helping them get this far, and as they look around for a way out, Chiharu spots something in the distance. Suddenly, they hear a loud noise and see a room slide down the structure, moving past an open hole in the wall. It might be the exit, and the boy asks him what the coordinates are to get there. He explains that it must be the 27th room, so it should have the number 999 in its sequence. Overhearing them, the woman reveals she saw it appear in an earlier room on the y-axis. The coordinates of that specific room are right in front of the hole, and if the survivors make it back, then they might be able to escape. With that plan in mind, the group heads for their destination when suddenly a hatch opens up and a person peers into the room. It's their teammate Shinji, and he greets Yuichi, happy to see that he's alive, but the man asks him what happened to Ando. The friend lies and tells him that the old man died from a trap. Shocked, Yuichi drops to the ground in despair, but the kid notices that the survivor is grinning to himself. It's creepy, but they continue through the cube, telling Shinji about their plan to reach the exit, and after checking the sequence of numbers in the hatch, he happily reassures them it's safe. He urges the group to make their way through, but as the boy is climbing up the ladder, he asks the man what actually happened to Ando. The teammate insists the old man died from a trap, but he doesn't believe him. Inside the next room, the boy approaches Yuichi and whispers to him that Shinji is a liar. Suddenly, the woman interrupts them, telling the group she's found room 999 and goes to check it out, leaving the others behind. Distracted, Shinji looks around, never hearing the kid revealing his dark secret. That's when the survivor mutters to himself that he lied, and this room actually had a prime number in its sequence, but the trap hasn't activated yet. Hearing this, the others run for their lives and head for the hatch, knowing for certain he's a traitor. Okay, this was a stupid idea. The kid already suspected that Shinji was a liar, but it was a big mistake to tell someone right in front of the man he was accusing. He was lucky that Shinji was too distracted to hear what he said, but if we suspect that he's already betrayed someone, we should expect he'll betray us too. The only way we can keep ourselves safe is to double-cross him first, so we can focus on escaping the maze without looking over our shoulder. If it were me, before it's too late, I would run for this hatch and get into the next room, holding the door shut. We can easily generate more force than a man crouched inside of a tunnel, and it gives him no choice but to face the traps alone. The others will be surprised by our cold-blooded tactics, but afterwards, we can explain that Shinji murdered the old man since they both clearly hated each other, and keeping him alive was putting us all in danger. Now what's even scarier is that the players have learned that this maze is a massive block of interconnected rooms with a single cube that moves along the edge. Considering the scale of this place, with 27 cubes in every direction that are each 4.5 meters, and another half meter added for the connecting tunnels on both sides, this place should be roughly 150 meters tall. For reference, that's almost half the height of the Eiffel Tower, and since it's inside an even bigger exterior, there's no way this mysterious structure wouldn't fall under heavy scrutiny around the world. It's clear evidence that this is a laboratory run by aliens, and we should definitely consider other ways to escape. From this angle, there's no guarantee we'd reach the room that's across the exit, so with this in mind, I'd consider using this moving cube to our advantage. Since the space between the exit and the structure is probably 5.5 meters, it's highly unlikely they'd be able to jump the gap. That leaves us with only one other option, which is to wait for the cube to pass by our room and then jump on it as it moves up towards us before climbing inside through the hatch. Then, as soon as it starts heading past the exit, we can climb out and try to make the jump. It's risky, but if we can't make it to the prison cell directly across from the exit, then this might be our best shot at escaping the maze. Shinji chases after them and grabs a hold of the man, brutally throwing him to the ground. Catching his breath, Yuichi asks the survivor why he killed the old man, and Shinji reveals that he was tired of being mocked, having been constantly mistreated his entire life. Everything about his miserable existence has made him furious with the world, and now he's going to get his revenge. Walking over to the man, Shinji stomps in his gut and squeezes the air out of him, but then the kid rushes at the traitor. He tries to push the man off, but Chieru isn't strong enough and gets viciously thrown into a wall. The boy can barely catch his breath as the man confronts him, but before he can murder the kid, he's stopped at the last second by Yuichi. Deciding to switch targets, the traitor takes the opportunity to finish him off and starts to strangle the prisoner. There's nobody coming to help, but suddenly the kid cheers him on, insisting that he can't give up. It gives Yuichi the will to fight back, and the man pulls Shinji's hands from his throat just as the lights in the room change color. Suddenly, a metal pole shoots out, stabbing the traitor in the back and lifting him into the air. The trap has finally activated, and spikes emerge from his flesh, turning him into the most horrific Christmas ornament in the world. It's terrifying. But that's when the woman calls out, insisting they hurry up before the room closes off. Acting quickly, the survivors head for the hatch, and the kid manages to climb through the closing tunnel, but Yuichi is stuck on the other side. There's no way he'd be able to fit, and they're forced to leave him behind, making that 3 victims down with 3 more to go. The kid breaks down into tears, heartbroken that his friend is going to die as the room moves through the facility and stops in front of the hole. They open the hatch and the survivors take a look outside, finding a pathway leading to the exit. The woman insists she's going to stay, but the kid decides to see where it goes and climbs down the cube. Having escaped the death game, Chieru heads towards the exit and walks into the distance, hoping he'll finally be free. Meanwhile, in another room, a body drops down from the ceiling. It's Yuichi, and he suddenly wakes up, still determined to escape. The man has survived, but somewhere in the cube, the results of everyone involved has been logged into the database. The woman has been secretly monitoring the people trapped in this death maze and tracking their progress this whole time. With the information uploaded, she opens up the hatch behind her and climbs up the ladder, finding another group of prisoners on the other side. She's got a whole new batch of test subjects to analyze now, and hopefully this time, they'll all die. That makes 3 victims dead, 1 person escaped, and 2 people still stuck in the cube.
But what do you think? How would you beat Cube 2021? Let me know with a comment down below. Thank you so much for watching, leave a like and subscribe, and check out the How to Beat playlist for more videos like this. Until next time, have a damn good day.
Man who edits videos at small salary, edit videos for a multi-millionaire socialist while sucking his balls on social media, looking for internet approval. Wow, we clap. Wow!
I love that every time he gets owned by Austinox, he's got nothing against them. So he has to just like turn it against me for some fucking reason. And just like replay the same memes over and over again. Even though pretty much every content creator that has worked with Austinox in any capacity at a certain point has been like, Hassan pays him so much fucking money that we can't even hire him.
So I strongly agree. It's the human race. Guys, am I right? Can anybody help me out? As it says, the Q&A board is human race. Gotcha, thank you. The enemy, the
And he's saying yes before I finish my sentence. He's pulling off my t-shirt. He's undoing my belt. I'm reaching into his bedside drawer for a condom.
This isn't the only case of this. There are kids all around the world with porn addictions at the age of 9. I literally just spent
もう少しだけ報告を待ってくれませんか？
A few minutes later.
So 4-2. It's almost the same. I'm becoming more and more authoritarian.
When should I remind you? Every damn day.
Helicopter, helicopter. Paracofer, paracofer. Man, I'm dead.
Man, shut the fuck.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Sebelum kita saling menyerang dan mencabik seperti sekawanan mani.
Are you lonely? Oh God, you make me buzz. You make me buzz. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Ya inilah ya.
Hi, my name is Reggie. I like guys.
Did somebody say real power? Da, you want to mess with me? I spit hot bars when I'm crushing these beats. Blow it up like a tuba while I'm balling in Cuba. Doing judo moves and schooling every communist suka. I'm a president, my prime. My enemies don't distract me. The last man who attacked me never had fights and contracts of me. Boy, finish this rhyme for me.
They call me Boba Fett, you wanna mess with me? I'll put my balls in your mouth like Boba Tea. I got a jetpack, yo, you know I steal the show. Cause when I rock the microphone,
Let me paint you a picture, son. Portrait of a bitch after World War I. You were stirring up the fears of the German people, telling the world that the Jews are evil. You wrote a little book, got 'em fired up. How to be your whole book, got 'em fired up. When your bunker started getting fired up, you put a gun in your mouth and fired up. You dumb motherfucker.
I don't know what you think I've done, but if we were to battle, I've already won.
Evil mistakes die!
Get her! She's the one destroying her office.
And what are you gonna do? Punch me? Look, pal,
I already watched the speedrun of this segment. You're basically a non-factor at this point, so be a good boy. Go wait over there.
Watashi no hou ga oppai okki wa. Watashi no hou ga oppai okki wa. Watashi no hou ga oppai.
Content covering fast food freakouts where entitled stupid customers have an absolute meltdown and go on a rampage over trivial problems with their order. And they range from customer's order, whom was going to be served those chicken wings. And this fucking sets him off and leads to everything you're about to see in this.
Oh, my boy,
Obviously, we're coming into the action after the first quarter here. Name on the side of the truck or anything. It's not like he had a flag that he was flying that said, "Here's who I am," or anything. But if you do a little, like, investigating, I feel like it should be easy, right? There'd be a paper trail of lending a fucking tow truck to another tow truck company or another person, right? There would absolutely be some kind of documentation on where this tow truck went if it was lent out. Where a woman crashed her car in
Pensé que nunca me escogerías.
No confíes en nada salvo en tu fuerza.
Ahora, escucha el silencio de la aniquilación.
started like terraforming Mars or something. I don't know, cause like like when you start terraforming Mars, like it's hard to see.
Mi espada es tuya. Voy a ser el mejor. Tesoros antiguos en oferta. ¡Genial! Muéstrame el camino. ¡A la batalla! Bienvenidos al abismo de los lamentos. Mi viaje aún no ha comenzado. El juramento. Se han generado súbditos. Necesito un desafío de verdad. Adáptate a cualquier situación. Tráeme algo peligroso o brillante. Encuéntralo. Mi lugar está en lo más alto. No te despises ni un segundo. bienvenida a la estación.
Muéstrame el camino.
Si muero aquí, solo y confiado, cuéntales que no...
¡Tong! ¡Tormenta del fuego!
Me decepciona.
Perfecto. Mi lugar está en lo más alto. Un poco congelado, pero sirve. ¡Por fin, Tover!
¡Vientos lacerantes!
¡Esto!
¡Vendaval de acero!
Adáptate a cualquier situación. Unos patos.